Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
In today's competitive market, standing out is essential. 5-Star BDM, led by visionary Grant McGaw, offers the key to unlocking your brand's true potential. With innovative strategies and a passion for empowering businesses, 5-Star BDM is transforming personal branding and business development, moving brands from merely competing to dominating. At 5-Star BDM, we revolutionize personal branding by crafting authentic identities that enhance visibility and influence. Our brave blueprint drives measurable results, ensuring a return on investment through tailored strategies. By integrating artificial intelligence and advanced methodologies, we provide your business with a competitive edge in the digital age. Grant McGaw brings over 20 years of leadership experience with Fortune 500 companies. Named a top 10 global thought leader in personal branding, Grant's achievements include the 2024 Best Personal Brand Development Podcast for Follow the Brand. His philosophy, integrity doesn't have a price tag, is the foundation of 5-Star BDM. Partnering with 5-Star BDM means embarking on a transformative journey. We begin with discovery, analyzing your brand's DNA. Using the Brave Blueprint, we develop a strategy tailored to your goals. Our support continues through implementation, training, and ensuring long-term success with AI-driven insights and real-time adjustments. Our impact is evident. A healthcare tech firm experienced a 300% boost in brand recognition and 75% sales growth in 6 months. Entrepreneurs report increased customer retention and new revenue streams. Diverse companies like Black Business Expo USA and Akaba World Network have become industry leaders through our guidance. Join the movement and elevate your brand. In today's world, everyone has a platform, but few have a voice that truly resonates. Standing out isn't just optional, it's imperative for survival. Through years of guiding industry leaders, I've discovered what truly sets exceptional professionals apart. Today, I'm sharing a framework that's transforming careers and opening doors to unprecedented opportunities. Your digital footprint is more than just a resume. It's your stage for thought leadership. Think of your online presence as a beacon of expertise. Every post, every comment, every share should demonstrate not just what you know, but how you think. Engage with content, speak at conferences, and let your digital authority shine. Forget collecting connections. Focus on cultivating relationships that matter. It's not about how many people you know. It's about the depth and quality of those connections. Engage in meaningful professional interactions, participate in collaborative meetings, and form strategic partnerships that can propel your career forward. Your journey is unique, and your story should be too. Share not just your successes, but your insights. Your audience craves authenticity, not perfection. Create engaging content, watch your engagement metrics rise, and see how your audience reacts to your genuine storytelling. In an era of uncertainty, trust is your greatest currency. Build it through consistency, maintain it through transparency, and grow it through results. Engage in professional interactions, hold client meetings, and celebrate successes to reinforce trust with your audience. The only constant is change. Make it your competitive advantage. Stay ahead by staying curious. Your greatest asset is your ability to adapt and grow. Embrace learning moments, develop new skills, and celebrate achievements as you evolve. These aren't just strategies. They're the building blocks of a legacy that will open doors and shape industries. In 2025's hyper-connected world, your personal brand isn't just what you project. It's the bridge between your potential and your impact. Ready to transform your professional narrative? Visit 5starbdm.com and schedule your strategy session today.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Lena Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Humpton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Anita Lumpkin, and I'm the owner and operator of RS Settlement Service. We provide residential and commercial title transfer and closings. I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Today, we are with Dr. Barbara White. She will be our keynote speaker. Dr. Barbara White, the visionary founder of Certified Dream Builders, Inc., is a renowned expert in grant writing and fund development. She has secured over $150 million in funding from various organizations. With more than 2 decades of experience, she has served in influential roles like program manager for the Housing Authority of Kansas City and grant manager for Kansas City Public Schools. Dr. Wright is the creator of innovation tools like 1 Hour to Grant app and the Canvas grant writing system. As a transformational speaker and educator, she empowers organizations to turn visionary ideas into funded realities. Let us welcome to the stage Dr. Barbara White.
Hello, how are you?
Beautiful. How are you doing, Dr. Wright? It's so
I
good to
am
have you here
excellent.
today.
Thank
Wonderful.
you.
And I want to say thank you for being here with us. And genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side. Take it from here.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. Good morning, afternoon, whatever time it is for you today. I am thankful that you are here. I do realize we may be talking to any one of 200 countries, so I want to ensure you that I will try my best to make this worth your while, especially if you are a nonprofit that is a faith-based organization, or if you are a nonprofit or for-profit that works with a faith-based organization. Have I got some news for you? Things are going to change. So I do believe that if you get your paper, pencil ready, you will be able to write down some things that's going to help you in taking your organization to the next level with the changes that are coming down the pike, which I anticipate will come down the pike. So make sure that you stay with me with your pen and paper ready to write some things down. I can tell you, first of all, that your ministry, your church can apply for grants. A lot of times we think we can't. And some of what you've heard in the news, you're probably thinking the money is going away and there won't be any money. Well, there might be some changes, there might be some cuts, there may be some increases in some areas, but I can tell you the money is not leaving the planet. The money will be here. So what you need to do is to figure out how in the world can I get some of the funds that I need to do the things that I need to do. And that's what we're going to talk to you about. Your churches, your faith-based organizations, your ministries are extremely, excuse me, important to our society. And that is why this current administration has created the White House Office of Faith. The White House Office of Faith is what they're calling it. Now, all presidents have created some type of organizations, and the next president might come and disband that and create their own, and that's what has happened here. So, George Bush had started some things way back in the day, and each president has come through. Obama had a lot of the Black ministries at the White House, which had never been done before. But this year, Donald Trump is no different than any of the other presidents. He disbanded what President Biden had, but President Trump has created his own, and it's called the Office of White House. And what he is saying is that he wants to get the government out of the church business. And so I don't know how that's going to work for you, but I can tell you if they are truly going to be able to cut some of the fat, as they say, off of the federal government, some of that money is going to be trickling down to you. But guess what? You're going to be one of those that says, they're not giving it to me because I'm this, I'm Black, I'm this, I'm that, and the other. That's why they're not giving to me. But I can tell you, after working with a lot of clients, some of you are not ready for the grants. You're not ready for the funding. So what I want to do today is in this 30 minutes that I have left is to make sure that you have some tools that can help you in getting yourself ready. So I can give you some numbers that might surprise you. One of the numbers is that the average donor in church, because some people think that people are just giving all of their money away to the church. The average donor gives about $17 according to statistics. And if they are a high donor, they give about $25 a week to the church. So $17 to $25 is what the average donor gives. And they said, in these statistics, there's about 350,000 religious organizations in the United States. And in those organizations, there's an average of 100 people. Now, some of your churches only have 10, some of you have 50, some of you have 100, some of you have thousands. But the average, when you divide it by the 350,000, there's about 100 per church. So we know that some are getting a lot more. But with the average of $17, that's 595 million. You say, whoa, that's a lot of money. But you have to remember that's only about 1,700 per year per member there. And the churches give away about 10 to 15% of that to the community. So when you subtract that out of that, which is 170 of that 1,700, it's not a lot. So what I want to do is take away your glass eyes for those of you who are not churches and not ministries that are listening to this and talking about the churches getting all of this money. But that is the amount that is collected in the 350,000 churches, which is about 1,700 a year per person. I did the math on it, so I'd be able to really tell you what I'm seeing. And what I'm covering today is out of my book. And the book that I have is Program and Fund Development Workbooks for Faith-Based Empowerment Initiatives. So any of you that are doing the faith-based organization, and in this book, there's 6 areas that we're cover. We will just kind of skim through it. That's why I told you earlier, get your paper and pencil so you can write down some of the things that I'm telling you, because if you are going to work in the faith-based area, if you want to get your organization ready to receive some of this funding that I believe is coming down the pike, and it's coming quite fast. So if you want to be one that is able to put some of that to be able to get some of that money in your coffers so that you can do some of the great things that you want to do for your community, so you can give away that 10 or 25% or even more than that because you are in a position to. We want to make sure that you have some of the vocabulary that's associated with the nonprofit organizations. You want to be collaborative. You want to support, you want to be a supporter of other religious organizations. You want to, there's some of the terms that you're going to hear is social services, advocacy organization. Do you provide social services? Do you provide advocacy? Do you provide support and resources? Do you advocate for reform in some of the communities? So these are some of the things. Now, what this new White House organization is going to do is they're going to help strengthen American families, is what they're saying, promote work and self-sufficiency, and protect religious liberties. So if you are interested in helping to these things to take place and to help some of these things happen, then you have to get yourself in position to help those things happen. So what we did a few years ago for our own church is we came up with a presentation that would help them know how their organization can help the individuals in the church and those who are not in the church, just help the community. So in sharing the grant information, we talked about how ministries that you already have in faith-based organizations and in the faith-based community are already helping without even really letting a lot of people know. So what are some of those areas? Some of the fundable areas that the president is talking about is family, making sure that the American family is taken care of. Now, you may not believe that with all the cuts that are happening, and some of you have lost your jobs, and especially those of you that are in Washington area, the Philadelphia area, the Maryland area, maybe you've lost a job. So you're not seeing this, but this is what they say, so that's what I have to go on for right now. So if they are encouraging families, what do you do in the Christian-based, faith-based organization? And I looked up the number of organizations that we have, and there are, let's see, there's a large number of different denominations. What I did do is pick the top ones, and the top ones that are found, there's major organizations of all types, but the Roman Catholic one is supposedly number 1, Southern Baptist is number 2, United Methodist is number 3, the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints is number 4, the Assemblies of God is number 7. The National Baptist is number 8. The Lutheran Church is number 10. Jehovah's Witness is number 12. Seventh-day Adventist is number 13. They have the Church of God in Christ down at number 18. That's what they say anyway. But they have, all of these organizations. There are plenty of organizations, about 350,000 religious organizations, but that's just the top 20. I didn't even give you the top 20, but I gave you some of them off the list. Okay, so if you are one of those organizations, or if you are just an organization that provides ministry or that you minister to the community, you are one of those that could be looking for some money to come down the pipe. But I'm telling you, you're not getting a dime unless you know when, where, and how to apply for the funding. So you need to get your family ministry ready. What does that include? Your children's ministry for ages 0 to 12, your youth ministries from ages 13 to 17, your young adults ages 18 to 39, your adult ministry ages 40 to 64, your seniors ministry, 66 to 75, your golden years ministry, ages 75 and up, your singles ministry, marriage ministry, men's ministry, women's ministry. If you are doing anything in any one of those areas, you are one that might be able to get ready to get the rain, but you're not getting anything if you don't get your organization together. Health and wellness is another area, mental health, physical health, all of those are being funded, the sports in the health and wellness. So if you have a sick and shed in ministry, if you have counseling ministries, if you have family ministries, that's health and wellness. So you need to be looking for the grants that are coming down that are providing health and wellness grants because you're already doing it. And some of you are giving away the $1,700 that you take in per year per member. You're giving that away to help the community. Well, we pay taxes. All of your members pay taxes. Even the little babies that buy things pay taxes, whose parents buy things for them. They pay taxes. Everybody pay taxes. So you're not asking the feds to give you money, or you're not asking the state to give you money that your members did not contribute to. We contributed to that. And so that money is to help with health and wellness and some of these other things. So therefore, that money belongs to your members, because the reason they only have $17 to give to you is because they're giving 170 to the feds. So you better make sure that you're there to be able to help your parishioners. Economic development. Economic development, if you have a family ministry in your church, you're probably doing some economic development. If you have a deacon's ministry in your church and they're actually active and they're helping and doing some things in the church and in the community, they are fundable. Volunteers, your volunteers, you can count about $24.50 an hour for each volunteer, and that amount might go up. Your mentoring, if you have a mentoring program in the church, STEM education, if you have a business program in your church, if you have schools in ministry, like specialized Sunday schools, to where you're teaching your members how to do certain things. And if you don't have, you need to have. Employment and training and referrals, personal finance. If you are doing any of those types of classes, or you desire to do any of those types of classes, you are already doing what is more than likely going to receive some of that rain that's coming down from the feds, that's coming from the state, and that's going to be allocated for faith-based organizations. Community outreach is another area. Clinics like and harvesters. Some of you are giving food out. Some of you have food pantries. That's some of those agencies that should get some of this money that's being earmarked by the White House Office of Faith. That is a new organization. Some of us, I've seen some moms with people going to the White House and taking the pen because they don't want President Trump to sign anything else. Well, one of the things he signed on February 7th was to enact the White House Office of Faith. So that might end up helping some of you. It may not, because, I thought all the homeschooling parents was going to get $10,000, but I found out it's only if you have a 529 plan. And some of you probably scratching your head saying, what is a 529 plan? That's why it probably won't help you, because if you don't even know what it is, and most of us don't, it won't help you. So if you haven't been putting money into a 529 plan, look it up so you know what it is, then that's not going to help you. But if you have, they won't charge any taxes. So it's not like you're going to get $10,000. It's just that you won't have to pay taxes on that $10,000 that you put in the 529 plan. Now, I'm hoping that that's not what's going to happen with the churches. I'm hoping that he is going to actually provide some funding. So if we move to fund development, in order to do these things, you need a fund development team in your church, whether they are volunteers or whether they are just people that you have chosen to help you with your ministry. Now, I've even got the types of people that you need to choose to help your ministry. The types of people that you need to choose are proactive thinkers and planners, people who know how to plan, realistic innovators, people who know how to innovate, problem solvers, excellent writers. If you've got any of those people in your church and you say, well, what kind of people are that? Teachers, nurses, doctors, child care workers, anyone who has to develop a lesson plan can probably write a grant or assist you. Authors, managers. So your if you pay attention to that, that should be able to help you in who you need in order to turn your ministries into fundable ministries. So that moves me to my book, which is Programs and Fund Development Workbook for Faith-Based Empowerment Initiatives. And these books, I am Dr. Barbara Wright. If you just look up Barbara Wright, KC, Barbara Wright, Kansas City, you will find me. So you will find my website, you will find my apps because I have developed apps. I developed a grant writing app. I have a budget building app for businesses and nonprofits to help you in creating some of the budgets that you need to do for grant writing. All of that is on my website at certifieddreambuilder.com, including this book, certifieddreambuilder.com. So the book that I'm covering, I have 60 books. Yes, I do. And I have 2 apps that are already out there on iOS and Android platform. I've been busy. So the book today that I'm covering is Program and Fund Development Workbook for Faith-Based Empowerment Initiatives. It's my 8N book. 7, and this book, if you want to prepare like a pro, it provides 7 finally made easy exclusive tools and strategies for pre-grant writing success. In order to be successful, you must do that pre-grant writing. Now, we already talked to you about the faith-based organization, but this is our book that we have created for faith-based organizations. So you want to make sure that you have a SWOT analysis. Your SWOT is your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. So you want to make sure that and I can tell you your strengths for a church is your strong community engagement and dedicated volunteers. That's a strength. One of the weaknesses for churches has been limited funding, reliance on volunteers, because even though people think you have an unlimited source of funding and you can help with every funeral, you can help pay everybody's lights, you can do all of this and give food away and do all of these things, you have limited funding. So you're not able to do some of those things that people are asking you to do. The opportunities, collaborative partnerships, and grant opportunities. That's going to be an opportunity because, as I said, the White House may be providing some rain with this new executive order that was signed on February 7th or 8th, one of those, which says which created the White House Office of Faith. And I believe they're going to add to it and community partnerships. So the White House Office of Faith and Community Partnerships. So there is going to be some opportunities. Some of the threats is competition for funding. Remember, I told you there's 350,000 religious organizations. Those are the ones that have put their name down on paper. Some people haven't put their name down nowhere, so they're not known about. But for the ones who have already acknowledged that they are faith-based organizations, there's 350,000 of them. So there might be some competition for this funding. So that's why if you haven't dotted all your I's, if you haven't crossed all your T's, if you are not in good standing with your state, if you have not set your organization up, and I'm not even talking about a 501c3 now, but that is a great thing to have if you really wanting to get funding for multiple types of organization, is the 501c3. But if you're not ready, don't think you're going to be getting any money. The other issue with churches is the changing demographics, because there has been a drop. And in this book that I just told you about, I have statistics in there of how the church has dropped by about 35% since 2000 in regular every Sunday attendance. Now, those people who only go once a month, they haven't changed much in the last few years. But those people who used to go regularly, COVID knocked them down and they haven't gotten back up. And so they're out there, and a lot of us got mental health issues. And sometimes we wonder, why do we have those mental health issues and we have things going on? But some of us got knocked down during COVID and we haven't gotten back up. But just make sure that you are aware that there are changing demographics. So there may not be as many people in those church bodies as there was in the past. So now that everybody is reaching everybody on social media, how will you reach the people that you need to reach on social media in order to do the programs you want to do? The other thing that you want to do, My goodness, my battery is telling me that I am not charging, and I've got to make sure that we are charging. So let me get this charged. Sorry about that. So there are the pestle analysis is the other area that I would talk to you about. The pestle analysis, we talked about the SWOT analysis, but most of us, whether you are a for-profit, a nonprofit, a church, or otherwise, you need to understand the pestle analysis. If you are a young adult, youth or young adult that's going to be going to college or in college, or you are trying to find your way out here in this world, if you want to find your way, you must know about the pestle analysis. That everything that we do is affected by political concerns, economic concerns, social concerns, technological concerns, environmental concerns, and legal concerns. Now, I love the fact that Dr. Everett Kelly, who started this program, always says that what you're looking for is looking for you. I love that. But if you want to get to California before the gold rush, make sure that you understand what this political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal concerns are concerning whatever business it is that you want to open. It's no sense in us always not being ready for the next thing. Get yourself ready. I'm giving you some tools and tips that can help you get your organization ready. Know what that pestle analysis is. Some of you guys are using the AI. That's a good one for you to use. What is the pestle analysis for this? Or what is the likely, what will majoring in this do for me in 10 years? What will starting this business, what will this business look like financially in 10 years? Those are some of the questions that you can ask AI to make sure that you're not left behind, to make sure that you have the things that you need, whether you're doing a faith-based organization or another type. Moving into the program development, you want to make sure that you have a logic model or a theory of change. Your logic model is your inputs. That's what you're bringing to the table. The reason the government wants to work with the faith-based organizations is because they know that you bring a lot to the table. You have got lots of people a lot of times in the churches. You've got a building that can be used. You can be shovel ready to go pretty quickly because you got people that's going to come back next week, or you got people that you're talking to online all over. So that's the reason that they want to work with the churches, the act and the faith-based organizations, and the activities. With the activities, you want to make sure that you have curriculum, that you have partnerships established, that you have your program delivery, what types of programs you're going to offer to the community, to your congregation and the community, making sure that you have volunteers, you have an evaluation of your successes and failures and how good your program is. And then any special initiatives that you do, because you have a broad umbrella under the church, because you are helping the community. You are helping people and bringing this sheep into the fold. So you can do a lot of things under the umbrella of the church. And you want to know what your impact is. What is your impact going to be on the church? Your outputs, maybe a well-developed and culturally sensitive faith-based curriculum. So when we talk about grant writing, this is grant writing, making sure that you have your theory of change, making sure you have your logic model. And quiet as it's kept, every organization has to do this. And even you for-profits need to do this. And your youth, your young people, you need to do this for yourself. What is my logic? What is it that I'm trying to do? So don't just say, oh, she's talking to the churches, I'm going to turn this off, I'm not going to listen. No, this is for you. This is for your youth. This is so they don't go to school acting like a bunch of buffoons, because they understand that they have a mission statement, that they have a vision statement, that they have values, and that they care about themselves and how they're going to contribute to the society, or how they're going to take care of themselves. So that's why they need a mission statement. And then so these inputs activities, outputs, outcome. They need to know what their outcomes are going to be. What's their short-term outcome? If they're in high school, their short-term outcome is to graduate. If you are in business, your short-term outcome may be to increase your sales by this much. If you are a church or a faith-based organization, your outcomes might be to increase the membership or to have 100 baptisms this year, or to, if you are a nonprofit, it may be to raise money. All of us got short-term, medium-term, and long-term aspirations for our outcomes, and then the impact. If it's personal, what is going to be the impact on you? If it's for your faith-based organization, what is going to be the impact on the community? With the faith-based organization, you got the members in the church, you got the surrounding community, and you got the community that's just watching on. What is going to be the impact? And to me, the church gets a bad rap. And the reason they get a bad rap is because they do not document. Take pictures, document the things that you are doing, the money that you give out. Those stats that I gave you in the beginning, that the average person goes to church and they give $17 a week. And you might think, well, that's a lot, that's a lot of money for me. And it may be, but for some people, that's nothing. But they give $17 a week, which is $1,700, I think is what the average person gives a year. I think is how they figured that. About $1,700 a year is what the average person gives. So what you want to do is you want to know, how is this going to affect you? Some of the things that are coming down the pike. So you also want to have a timeline. You're not going to be able to participate in the things that are coming down the pike if you don't get yourself together. If you don't start participating, you will not be able to participate if you don't have a timeline. Your timeline can be done quarterly, it can be done monthly. You want to make sure that you have that timeline. Again, this is Dr. Barbara Wright. You can find me by just saying Dr. Barbara Wright KC. You can find all of the things that I'm doing online just by putting that in. And what I'm covering is my book for planning for faith-based organizations, because y'all, our president now, has signed this document on February 7th that opens up the Office of Faith, the White House Office of Faith. And since they are cutting so much off the top of the feds, that money, I thought at first, was just coming down to the states. Well, now since he signed that money is going to come down to the states and the faith-based organizations, but only if you know when, where, and how to apply. So what I've been trying to give you today is some of the information out of my book, Planning for Faith-Based Organization. It's a workbook so that you know how to get your organization ready to apply. So there's all kinds of organizations. In the book, there's fundraisers. In the book, we give you information about where you can find in-kind donations, where people like Chick-fil-A and Thriving and Tyson Foods and Hobby Lobby and Wells Fargo, Samaritan's Purse and Johnson Controls, some organizations give to your nonprofit organization. National faith-based initiatives like the one that I talked about, which is the establishment of the White House Faith Office. Also, there is the Center for Faith-Based and Community Organizations. There is some information in there for you. There is information about the National Baptist Convention, about the Catholics. There's all kinds of information in there to tell you what's going on with that. There are a list of foundations in there that may provide money to churches. I was able to help one organization that raised over $1 million through their, served as the speaker for their think tank to help them in getting from the Lilly, from one organization. But another organization that gives out money is the Lilly, the Directory of Grants to Churches. There's a directory of grants by state. There's the Templeton Foundation. There's the Duke Endowment, the Kern Family Foundation. These are organizations that do support Christian ministry. So it's important for you to know who those are. there are federal agencies now, but do know that these federal agencies are changing. So you might want to focus on your state and foundation organizations right now. But the Office of Faith-based and neighborhood partnerships is still open. The Health and Human Services is open right now. They may have some changes, but they had a center for faith and opportunity initiatives. The U.S. Department of Education sometimes had opportunities for faith-based and neighborhood partnerships. The FEMA, and we don't know whether or not FEMA is going to survive, but they had some partnerships with faith-based organizations. The U.S. Department of State. Now, you may not have gotten any of that money. I didn't get any of that money. I didn't know nothing about it. Well, I'm telling you today how to get yourself ready for some of this funding. And I see that my time is about gone, but I am hopeful that some of the information that I gave you will help you in getting yourself ready to receive some of these grants that are available.
Dr. Wright.
Yes.
Wow. I mean, this has been one of the most informative grant writing lectures I've been to in a while. We just want to thank you for sharing your expertise on the show. It was phenomenal.
Thank you so much. I love doing it.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Now, for the listeners on the show, how can they reach out to you? How can they get in contact with you for more information?
They can contact me at certifieddreambuilder.com. Certifieddreambuilder.com.
Certifieddreambuilders.com. I love it, Dr. Wright. I love the service that you're providing. Wonderful. Again, my name is Anita Lumpkin, and I want you guys to remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on your screen below. That would be $ B as in boy, B as in boy, X as in X-ray, USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Now, every dollar counts. So we want to remember and remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September 2024. And those sponsors would be NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Merger McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Executives Women's Successful Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artist App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. As always, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve. I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now, I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvm.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here. And Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders. Welcome to Black Business Network. My name is Anita, and I'm your business moderator for this session of Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global network where business knowledge is empowering, inspiring, and we educate businesses about businesses. We are with Naomi Carrington-Hockman. Naomi is a world-renowned transformative expert, international speaker, best-selling author, and philanthropist. A proven leader with nearly 30 years of military and civilian experience, she specializes in presentation skills and change management. Now semi-retired, she serves as an IT program manager defense contractor. Hi, Naomi. Let's welcome you on board.
Hello, everyone.
How are you doing? How are you doing? It's so wonderful to have you here with us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Now, I want to get into, first and foremost, reading your bio, your resume. I've left some things out because I want to speak on them. So I'm going to let you do some of your own back patting. And I want to just start off with, if you could just let us know what has inspired your journey into transformation leadership and change management.
Absolutely. In 2022, I attended a conference called the Power Networking Conference in Houston, Texas. This is done by Dr. George Frazier. I met Tiana Von Johnson, and I ended up taking her coaching program. And I did a boot camp with her. That weekend, in my cohort, we workshopped that my platform was going to be based on my 20 years of experience in the military and now 10 years as a defense contractor working on the civilian sector. And that was going to be my platform. So the conference let me see the possibility of being a business owner and seeing other successful Black folks. And then her boot camp let me craft my brand. So that's how I got started.
Okay, that definitely, I could see how that decision catapulted your change in your thought process. Now, within that, I heard you speak about your experience with the military and doing the contracting. You mentioned, I think when I did the math, you have about 30 years of military and civil experience. How has that helped you shape your leadership philosophy?
So, how I've been doing this is really the major leadership philosophy I've developed is to trust but verify. I was an officer, so I was never the subject matter expert on a lot of the topics that I had to cover. I was a communications officer, so we were the AT&T for the Army, right? Anywhere you needed a phone or a computer anywhere in the world, I got you. I was able to make that happen.
Okay.
But I wasn't able to program everything or launch the satellite or do all those kinds of things. So what I started doing was relying on soft skills, and I became knowledgeable on an inch deep on a mile wide of topics. So I knew enough to be dangerous, but bottom line, I was responsible for the success of the mission. So I would always trust that my soldiers were doing what they were supposed to be doing, but I was knowledgeable enough to be able to verify.
Now, how has that ability to trust but verify help propel you in creating these transformation-focused leadership groups and the books that you've created and come out with?
So as of this moment, I have 5 books on the shelf, and each one is so different, right? But working with either the visionary or my own book, I'm able to apply that critical thinking to each one and my contribution to each book and make sure that the message is tangible, valuable, usable, actionable.
Now, you speak of messages. Let's just jump into one of your books. We have A Major Transformation, focuses on leadership. Can you tell me, in your opinion, what are the 3 top takeaways you hope that your readers gain?
So A Major Transformation is my nod to what I call my 9 lives. I talk about a few of the lives that I have, and I'm saving the rest of the lives for future books.
Okay.
But I talk about how do you lead in different environments? And those environments are the military, or being around service members, the federal government. How do you lead in a nonprofit organization? Because one that's near and dear to my heart is Toastmasters International, in which I've taken a leadership role.
Okay.
And then how do you lead at home? I'm married. I have a spouse. We've been together 25 years. Oh my gosh, 25 years. And I have kids. So how do you run a business, work on a doctorate, be a professional? How do you balance all of that? And also, how do you lead in your community? Because I'm also on the HOA board, the Homeowners Association board. So how do you apply things? Tell your neighbors, I'm sorry, you can't have that pink driveway. And they still invite you over for the barbecue, right? So,
right.
So those are what I talk about in A Major Transformation.
Now, I'm going to veer off a little bit because you touched on something that I often wondered about. Being a woman and being a leader in business and then transitioning into your household. How does that transition looks when you come into that partnership with your spouse? Do you take that leadership help off and allow your spouse to lead? Do you guys have kind of a codependency where the stronger person in whatever you're trying to tackle takes the lead? How does that transition for a strong woman to transition that to her home life?
So I believe you've got to know yourself and know your weaknesses.
Okay.
So I absolutely pay my way out of my weaknesses. I hire professionals who their life's work is that topic. And I'll be transparent, the accounting and the bookkeeping. I hire a professional who knows what she's doing, who knows what the right questions to ask. And so now my husband is rest assured because he knows that that's my weakness. So he's now rest assured that somebody who knows what they're doing is taking care of that weak spot in the business. So that's how I make it all kind of work. I literally pay my way out of my
It's
weakness.
almost like a self-awareness and honesty.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. Thank you for expanding. Now, I want to jump into another book. Let's see what else we have. Well, you know what? I want to take a step back because I would like to say I'm a world traveler myself. And a little birdie has told me that you have traveled to over 61 countries for philanthropy work. Amazing. First and foremost, thank you for your service. But can you expand on how these experiences have influenced your perspective on leadership and transformation?
So I believe that everywhere I go, I can learn from how each country, city, community, how are they tackling problems in their particular environment? So honestly, how traveling around the world has influenced me is by education. I am learning. Also, it gives me an appreciation when I come back home for the riches, the almost embarrassment of riches that we have here in the US. So I am learning from these different environments. I'm learning how they are doing the most with the least in some of the countries I travel to.
Okay. Now let's stay in this philanthropic pocket for a little bit because I also hear that you've made a little global impact. You've been recognized as a peace ambassador and a recipient of the Presidential Volunteer Service. Can we delve into just how did that come about? That sounds amazing.
Well, it's just a small world, and every opportunity has exposed me to a better one. And it just keeps going and going. I was being recognized at the presidential citation event, and somebody tapped me on the shoulder and said, after I gave my little acceptance speech, she said, "Come over here, let me talk to you."
Okay.
And she offered me the Women of Change event. And I did my little application and I was selected for Women of Change. That event was being held in London.
Okay.
So I fly to London. I received the award. At the event, I network with a woman who's in charge of an NGO in Ghana.
Oh.
So it's just a full circle. God is good. Being in the right place at the right time and just networking with the right people for me to be able to make all these connections happen. But yeah,
I'm not going to allow you to just say right place and right time. You were prepared in the right place at the right time. Opportunity breeds luck and change. And so I definitely want you to recognize that. And you being in the place that you were in at that time is what made it so much easier for people to show how brilliant and amazing you are. I'm definitely going to pick up a book. I'm just thrilled to even have this opportunity to interview you today. I want to stay in this philanthropic pocket just a little bit more. I want to understand how you balance your professional career with your philanthropic efforts. How do you decide when to pull back? How do you decide when to say no? I know for me, it's hard to say no, especially when you're in the mood of giving and helping. What does that look like for you?
Anita, I do not believe in balance.
Oh.
I don't. Because it gives that illusion that everything is equal. And so I'm like, I throw balance out the door. What I try to do is give every task its time appropriate attention. Sometimes I cannot give my husband as much attention as he thinks he needs. And so I make sure that when that's going to happen, I prepare him. I say, hey, this is what's going on. And I plan something to make it up later. Then the other thing is I just have to sacrifice sometimes. And that's why I do my doctoral dissertation at night when everybody's gone to bed. Right?
Right.
They're asleep. My husband's asleep. The house is quiet. And then that's the time I get to write.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and segue into that. You are receiving your doctorate in IT. Things are changing around here fast with AI, open AI, and all the technology going on. What areas excite you the most right now in technology?
What is most exciting to me is electric vehicles. My dissertation is on the cybersecurity vulnerabilities in electric vehicles. And I'm in Maryland, and we just had the Washington, D.C. car show. Mm-hmm. So I was going around asking, I was just like a little kid in a candy store. It was awesome.
It was a lot of data collection there for you. Okay. Yes. All right. Well, let's go back a little bit because I want to touch on your expertise in change management and presentation skills. As a specialist in presentation skills, what advice do you give leaders looking to improve their public speaking?
I give them the advice of be yourself. You have your authentic self is what people see first. And so if you're trying to exert lots of energy to be like another speaker or be like or say things and present like somebody else that doesn't align with your authentic self, we will see straight through it. Mm-hmm. And you're not going to be credible. So my biggest advice is be yourself.
I agree wholeheartedly. Authenticity and being trustworthy.
Yep.
I think are some of the biggest two attributes you can have to be successful and to build that leadership base. Now let's look at change management. We keep throwing that term around, but what does that actually mean?
So the only constant is change itself.
Okay.
So we need to be prepared as much as we can to adapt to changing environments or changing situations or changing mindsets. We just went through a change in administration in this country.
Yes,
so
we did.
We have to be prepared and put some skills in place that you can adapt. Because if you are not prepared for changes, when they come to you, you're going to struggle. So let's try and anticipate as much as you can, but also guard yourself so that you can adapt to the new changes.
So it's like the tried old true saying, things will always happen. It's how you react
Absolutely
to what's happening. Okay, I can see where you went with that. I see what you did there. Now, what is the most challenging transformation project you've led, and how did you achieve the success?
So early on in my defense contracting years, I was responsible for developing a technical system. However, it has never been done before. And I had a lot of naysayers saying it couldn't be done.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, I was challenged with not only not having a team, I had to build a team, but we didn't have any funding. Like, thanks.
Wow. Right.
Oh, by the way, I was given a 90-day timeline.
Oh, of course. Of course you were.
Of course, right? That makes sense.
Of course. Right.
But bottom line is I used a lot of soft skills.
Okay.
And just working with people to change their mindset. Because they're very stuck on, you can't do that. It takes 90 days to just do this part of the process. And I was like, but it doesn't have to.
Right. And you hit it on the head, the mindset, getting past those limiting beliefs. How do you, let's get into that a little bit, because I find, like you mentioned, people put limitations on things that don't even exist. Things that you're trying to create, and they tell you all the reasons why it wouldn't work. In your change management, and as you're trying to shift the mindset, what tools do you rely on to help you pivot the most efficiently, as well as the most effectively when you reach those roadblocks?
I rely upon people like Nelson Mandela, who said, it's only impossible until you do it.
Amen.
So I was fortunate enough to be able to travel to South Africa and see his childhood homes. And I'm like, if he can rise to the success that he can rise at,
right,
with limited resources, the number one thing that got him through all his challenges was his mindset. So I tend to find somebody who has a positive, yes, it can be done attitude. And I kind of latch on to that.
Energy is contagious.
And I formulate a plan.
Yes,
so it's
ma'am.
like, okay, now it's possible. You told me it was impossible. You gave me an impossible task. And now I was able to get it done. So really, it's just latching on to somebody who has that positive energy of the possibilities.
I agree. I often quote a book called The Energy Bus. It's about energy vampires.
Oh.
The people that you surround yourself with, they're called energy vampires, and they could just suck the success and the motivation out of you. And it teaches you to identify them and handle them accordingly, and give you the confidence to say it's okay to step away, whether it's a family member, whether it's someone that had been pushing you along. Because at some point in time, some individuals feel you've reached the farthest they think you could have gone. They'll help you out until you hit that level. And when you get there, it becomes a conflict for them. And so it also shows you how to step away from that style of energy where they feel you've gone as far as you can, you've done the best that you can, and to rise above that scenario as well. So I wholeheartedly believe the energy around you creates what you're looking for.
Yeah. So Anita, I was able to do one of my book projects was with Master P.
Man's a genius. That man is a genius.
Oh my gosh, yes. So when we did a little workshop, mastermind kind of session, And I asked him, what does he do with even family members who are hurting your business or not supportive? And so he said he pays them to go away because he cannot be around negative people. He sets them up with their own thing away from his thing.
Keeping them busy. But most importantly, you see, he didn't shoo them away. He kept them busy, but still was able to accomplish his energy and his goals. I love that. Master P I know you took some jewels from that one.
Oh, every time I'm around him, he's fire.
Yeah. And I want to say that because I often find for me personally, when I look at individuals with children, I look at their children. And he has produced some well-rounded individuals, male and female. And it is a testament to the energy. Yep. It's a testament to the energy. I would agree. Now, I want to tap in myself and my energy. It is a male-dominated industry. IT, we know, is a good old boys club. As a woman, as an African-American woman, what obstacles have you overcome to get you to the level of IT program management? And I understand that you won a Woman of Heart awardee. How did we go from transitioning through this all boys club to the point where you're receiving recognition for the work that you're doing? And then we'll transition to the tech that you're creating now, because I mean, your resume, I don't think we're going to have enough time, but I'm going to get to the apps.
Well, I have always been around the military, and you can't get any more male dominated than that. And then I go into IT, and you can't get any more male dominated than that. So I've been around this environment my entire adult life. I write about some of the challenges women have in my book, Corporate Sisters. And I talk about we do not promote ourselves appropriately. We tend to be wallflowers. We have the best idea in the room, but we're quiet about it. We wait till after the meeting to ask the question. Guess what? Our boss and our peers are seeing that you're a wallflower. So I promote speaking up and inserting what I call a humble brag when you speak. Because if you have to give a report, you can say, instead of the team accomplished XYZ, you can say, I was able to lead the team to accomplish XYZ. They didn't get it done by themselves.
Right.
You were a contributing factor to whatever that accomplishment was. But
right. I like how you did that.
We tend to leave ourselves out of the success.
I need you to do that one more time. Put that formula in a sandwich.
So my boss will ask me, all right, Naomi, what do you guys do? And I would say, I was able to lead my team to accomplish, whatever it is that we did, 200 projects in 10 days or whatever the accomplishment was. And so that simple phrase, I was able to lead, or I led my team.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
It puts you in the equation.
It really does. And it shows that you're leading. I hate to use the word again.
But what I found out the hard way was when I was that wallflower and I wasn't speaking up in the meetings, or I wasn't giving myself any credit for any of the accomplishments was that my peers and my boss thought I wasn't doing anything, that the other guys were doing all of the work. I was like, no, baby. No.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Now we're gonna bring it home. I want to know about what your future aspirations look like and the legacy that you're looking to leave behind. So let's just start with, with so many accolades and experiences, what do you consider, and I know it might be hard to pin down, so we're going to say one of your greatest achievements to date, because we're not going to limit what you're going to do in the future.
My greatest achievement are my kids.
Oh, you must be a good mom.
I am very proud that I have raised 2 teenagers about to go off to college that are going to be good global citizens. They are going to be excellent leaders in whatever community they end up falling into. So I am really proud of them. They're really good kids.
And I already told you how I feel about good kids. Is a mark on the parent. Yes. So, you hit that one on the head for me. Now, what's next for you in your leadership and transformation journey?
I have a couple. The end of this week, I'm doing a workshop with Les Brown. So I know, to get more alone time, but I'm so excited.
With him in probably 2 years, but he is phenomenal.
Well, he turned 80 this year, like last week, I think.
Talk about energy. Talk about energy. He is the energy bus.
Yeah. I'm like, dude, calm down. but no, but he's another one where if you're around him, you're just picking up gems and nuggets. So I'm really looking forward to spending 2 days with him. So that's coming up really soon. And then I have a virtual summit with Corporate Sisters. So that's coming up in March 13th.
What is Corporate Sisters?
So Corporate Sisters is the vision of Dr. Elizabeth Carter. And Corporate Sisters is volume 4.
Okay.
And so every year she's been putting together women who have contributed in the corporate space. And we're giving out lessons learned and just nuggets. So during her summit, she's bringing together women so we can talk about issues and learn from each other.
Okay. What else? I know you're holding back. I know you're holding back. What else?
Giving a keynote for a group in Ghana. That's coming up soon.
Are you working on any new books?
Yes.
Made you say it.
Okay, so let's see.
Give us the sneak peek. Come on. This is exclusive, everybody.
Stepping into leadership greatness. Can't see it really well, but Stepping into Leadership Greatness just came out about 2 weeks ago. In about 2 weeks, on the 20th of March, I have Ladies in Tech.
Okay.
That's coming out. And then
that's going to be a good one.
January, March, April, May, July, I have one book called Still Figuring It Out.
I need you to send that one to me directly. Just send that one.
Yeah, so they have a couple things working.
And how does someone get to your books? How do I find your books? Where can I purchase your books?
Absolutely. Everything that's on the market is available on my website, naomispeaks.com.
Can I have that one more time?
naomispeaks.com.
Okay.
NAOMI. Speaks.
Okay. Well, Miss Naomi, I want to thank you for coming and just sitting with me today. This was transformative for me. It really was. I just want to thank you.
No, thank you for having this forum. Thank you for the conversation. Thank you for just, being out there. I do one-on-one coaching. Of course, I have tons of books to read. And then I do keynotes and webinars and retreats and stuff like that. So yeah, you can find me at naomispeaks.com.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. So if I want to hire you to speak, if I want to see your content, where are you? How can we get in contact with you and share your contact methods?
So you can email me at info@naomispeaks.com. But the easiest way to find me is on naomispeaks.com. And then
So
you
it's
can
an all-inclusive website.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Well, it has been a pleasure. If you had one message to leave everyone right now, what would it be?
My favorite, be the change you want to see in the world.
Ooh, that's one of my affirmations in the morning. Oh, be the change you wish to see. We're going to talk after. I love this. Well, I want to thank you for coming out, and I want to just thank you again for just sharing your energy with us, because it has been contagious. And as always, you all, genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, I want to take a moment and go head over to our sponsors. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college, K-12 entrepreneurs. Expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. And that Cash App would be $ B as in boy, B as in boy, X as in X-ray, USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September 2024. They would be NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier, Development C, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and of course, always Black Business Expo USA. Always remember, genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you. I think we're still on. Okay. Well, if we have a little bit more time, didn't you develop some apps?
No, I'm working on building some bots, but
what kind of AI bots?
Chat bots.
A chat box? What will we use for?
Pulling leads, scraping leads off the internet and putting it into my CRM. Yeah.
I think I've been looking into doing something like that myself for the real estate, and scraping the web pages, scraping the city data to look for leads so that I can reach out and assist people with their home ownership. So I know exactly what, okay, please email me when you figure out the sauce for that.
Yes. In my ample free time.
And your ample free time. Yes, ma'am. Well, I think that is our time officially now. As we always know, genius is coming.
Absolutely.
We'll see you on the other side.
See you on the other side.
All right. I want to thank you so much for joining us. I want to take this moment to go ahead and read about our sponsors again. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App link at the bottom of the screen. That's $B as in boy, X, USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Now, every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for the September 2024 timeframe. They would be NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, STEP Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artist App Design, Bank Law Firm, and always Black Business Expo USA. My name is Anita Lumpkin, and I was your host. And as always, genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. people ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing, later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, you know, a lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. You know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bullock. You gotta understand, I was a kid, you know. Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention? And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines, and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white. And my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writing. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunately for many artists, they have what I would say, some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Links Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received, and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Federal Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black men owned it, the Regal Theater, black men owned it, the Barber Shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think, and then sell, and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so, with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, you're an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas and you will figure it out. And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract, I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, you got an art scholarship, you ought to know how to paint. And this was a heartbreaker for me, because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, I was never raised to say to people, I can't help you, I'm not going to help you, you got something, so go do what you do. And so this was a daunting task for me, because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds, I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, you know, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you know, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces. I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousin saying, when you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my moms always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4:00 when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11 o'clock, 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to began to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. Mr. Carlisle. I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces. And that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romeo Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you try and draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room, and on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it, Mr. Kennedy said it, and I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people, that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. The colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now, I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. When they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a black artist. And one of the reasons that I moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as a black man artist, even though I'm a black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer. And he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum. After we went to look at museums to see what they were about, you have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, or Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about the Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Golden Park's photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. There's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I thought tonight this was a piece. I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this is how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings, because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Morris.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely. And this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called beauty. Genius is coming.
I
am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Infection control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. Infection control experts is really about having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure their residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats. And staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
my existence on this earth, I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Andrea Adams, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Africa, Singapore, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I am honored to present our next speaker. She is none other than Toni Harris Taylor. Get ready to be inspired by Toni Harris Taylor, also known as the Networking Queen and the Coach that Connects. Toni is a dynamic speaker, 13-time author, and founder and Executive Director of Global Multicultural Franchise Connectors, where she's dedicated to connecting minorities with franchising opportunities. As the owner of Drastic Results Marketing and Sales Coaching, she helps entrepreneurs elevate their brands and grow their businesses through powerful strategies in branding, networking, and speaking. A multi-unit franchise owner of Networking Action, Tony has earned numerous accolades, including Rookie of the Year, Brand Ambassador, and many others. Her journey is a testament to resilience, overcoming personal challenges, and thriving through adversity. Passionate about helping others build transformative relations, she inspires others to take bold steps towards success to achieve their biggest goals. I am happy to present to you Tony Harris Taylor.
Thank you so much, Andrea. I appreciate this opportunity. Dr. Kelly, thank you so much for continuing to keep Black business in focus for our community.
And thank you so much for always saying yes and being here. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Ms. Adams. So today, I want to have a real conversation with my family. So thank you for taking the time to listen, and hopefully you're going to get a nugget that you can use in your life to create wealth a different way. So as my bio read, I am Tony Harris Taylor. I live in Houston, Texas. I am a multipreneur, and I do not apologize for that because I have multiple ways that I can serve the same audience. And so, but today I'm going to talk about my brand new initiative, the Multicultural Franchise Connectors. Did y'all know that there are over 4,000 franchise brands in the United States alone? We're not even talking international. 4,000 franchise brands and about 50 different categories. I'm going to give you my backstory because when I Googled how many Black African American franchise owners are there, the statistic was 7 to 8%. 7 to 8%. Like many areas, we are underrepresented in franchising. Now listen, franchising, when I say the word franchise, many of you, like me, think of burgers, chicken, Subway, and retail stores. And those are franchises. We know that. But those franchises are millions of dollars to start. And so most of us, number one, may not even be interested in a restaurant franchise. And we also may not be interested in a brick and mortar business. But there are home-based, affordable franchise options out there, and no one is really talking to us about it. So I'm going to give you my story, and then I'm going to break down what the Multicultural Franchise Organization is going to do to help you to be able to use franchising to build wealth. As my bio said, I am a marketing and sales coach. I work with entrepreneurs to teach networking as lead generation to grow their business. In that, I did not come up with that until 2019. So I'm going to give you a little backstory. In 2013, I went full-time in my business. My husband passed away at the end of 2012, and I felt like it was just time for me to do what I wanted to do, to touch, move, and inspire the world. And so when I did that, a big email marketing company, I partnered with them as a solution provider to spread the gospel of email and social media marketing being the way to promote your small business. Through that, I networked all over the country and in Canada and really had built a great business to the point that I was one of the top 5 solution providers in the world for this big brand email marketing company. In 2016, they snatched the rug out from under us, slashed the compensation, and I was angry and did not want to work for the new compensation plan. I set out for 2.5 years to try to figure out what was my next step and what made me unique. So I started selling my coaching services, but I was still leaning heavily on email marketing and social media marketing as my hook, but it never felt like that was me. And I struggled with that. And I actually tried all of these businesses, Legal Shield, makeup, travel, searching for what was my uniqueness. I even drove Uber for 2 months. Now, listen, shout out to the Uber drivers. I love them, but that was not my thing. But that tells you the state of flux that I was in. Finally, in 2019, I started interviewing for jobs. And while I'm waiting for 2 job offers to come through, I talked to a friend of mine who's a money mindset coach. And she asked me a very poignant question. Tony, what is your why? And I told her, and she said, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why, one that will motivate you to want to stay in business. Go create a new why and come back and tell me what it is. Now, I'm a coach, so I'm coachable and I do the work. And I really did. I wrote down everything I wanted to do, everything I didn't want to do. And what kept coming up for me is I loved connecting people. So I went back to her and I said, you know what? My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to get drastic results. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. Tony, she said, that is perfect for you. What would you need to do to be able to make money connecting people? I'm thinking to myself, lady, if I knew that, I wouldn't be talking to you. How many of you are connectors and always happy to introduce people, but trying to figure out how to make money at it? That was me. And because I couldn't figure that out, I was looking for a job. So I thought for a moment in that conversation. I said, I think I would need to start my own networking group. She said, well, why don't you? I said, absolutely not. No, ma'am, no, lady. Number one, I've seen too many people run networking groups and not make any money. Number two, I don't know how to run a meeting. Number three, I don't know what to charge. Number four, I do not have technology to pull it all together. And number five, I do not want to start from scratch. So thanks, but no thanks. I'm not starting a networking group. She said, Tony, if that truly is your why, listen to this, y'all. If that's truly your why, don't worry about the how, it will show up. Girl, please. I'm not starting a networking group. Thanks, but no thanks. Click. I was done with that Zoom call. I was done. The very next week, a lady that I had met 3 months earlier, a Network in Action franchisee, followed up. Here's a side note. It's never too late to follow up. And your follow-up might be the answer to someone's prayers. Tony, this is Helen. I still think you should be a Network in Action franchisee. Can I introduce you to the franchisor? Tell me again what Network in Action does. How much is it? Listen, I'm waiting for 2 job offers to come through. I don't have $40,000. No, ma'am. No, thank you. Tony, before you take a job, just meet the franchisor. Tell him I have 2 job offers I'm waiting on. I don't have $40,000. If he still wants to meet me, then fine. She made the connection, met him, instant connection, brother from another mother. Everything I had said to Carol, the coach, the week before, he had in his system. He had the technology. He had how much to charge. He had agendas to run. Everything he had in the system. All I had to do was give him $40,000 and we could go. Excuse me. I said, sir, I love what you got. I just said a week ago, I didn't have these things. I would love to be a part of Network in Action, but I don't have $40,000. He said, how much do you have? I don't want to insult you. How much do you have? I told him. He said, no worries. I'm going to put you on a payment plan. Me and you, let's go. Today, I'm proud to say I am his first ever Rookie of the Year, Brand Ambassador, Community Service Award. I've just celebrated my 5-year anniversary as a Network in Action leader, leading business owners, professional salespeople, and nonprofit leaders to build the relationships to help them to grow with intention. You see, with drastic results, I also figured out that networking was my uniqueness. So no longer, and while I still believe social media and email marketing is crucial to a business, I had my own brand as the networking queen, where I started teaching drastic results how to network. Network in Action is what I like to call a companion brand, where I give my clients a place to network. Did you hear that? It's a companion franchise to what I'm already doing. And yes, I believe you need multiple streams of income, because when that big email marketing company changed their compensation plan, I had spent 90% of my time building their brand and not my own. And when they pulled the rug from under me, I was lost. So that's my story of how I entered franchising. I teach my clients how to show up, be up, follow up to blow up. I don't have time to go into the longer version of the story where I showed up 3 months earlier to meet Helen and how that one person changed the trajectory of my life. So I want to get into what the Multicultural Franchise Organization is going to do to help you as a Black business owner, or I want to be Black business owner, to maybe shortcut the startup process. Now, if you have done a startup or are building your startup, you already know this. It ain't for punks. It is hard to build a brand from scratch. I recognize that in my story when I told Carol, no way, I don't have these things and I don't want to build from scratch. So the question is, what is a franchise? Let's start with that. What is a franchise? A franchise is a business model, a brand that you can purchase into that's already been proven to be successful because the owner of the franchise has created a model that you can demonstrate and replicate in your territory. That means they already have figured out the brand. They have already figured out who your target market is. They've already figured out what you should sell your service or your product for. They've already figured out the standard operating procedures. They've got training. You've got a community that you can lean on, the other franchisees who've gone before you, so that you can learn from others and not start from scratch. I am such a proponent now of franchising that I've decided to become a franchise consultant, which means I will be able to assess what you want and find it just like a real estate agent finds homes, because I believe in the power of not starting from scratch that much. Having said that, I am an executive director of the multicultural franchise organization, Connectors Organization, and it is a startup. Why? Because there's nothing else out there that exists to help people of color and women to learn about franchising. So you only need to do a startup when it is nothing else out there. And still, I'm dreading the process, even though I have a lot of support, because I know how hard it is to start from scratch. So Multicultural Franchise Connectors has 4 paths to franchising. Number 1, the first path is successful entrepreneurs. So you have done the startup Black entrepreneur and you are doing well and you've made money and you've got the brand and you've got the target market and you've got the SOPs and you want to scale and you want to build wealth. How do you do that? Become a franchisor. I don't have the statistics on how many Black franchisors there are, but I can tell you I've been to 10 franchise or conferences, and I haven't seen many at all. I am proud to say that I helped to influence a brand, and you'll hear more about that in a minute, to franchise their system, and they are now open for franchise business. Come back to that in a second. So number 1, you got a successful business, a way to scale that business, a way to create wealth, a way to get your message heard, maybe globally, is to become a franchisor. Number 2, by the way, let me clarify, the franchisor is the person who owns the system. They created it. They created the model. Number 2, become a franchisee. So you're wanting to start a business. You want to start your next business. You want multiple streams of income. You want a companion business to go with the successful startup you already have. Buy into a franchise system, like I did with Network in Action. See, I didn't have to. In fact, I went through training, signed my contract on Friday, enrolled my first member on Monday, and 5 years later, I'm running 3 groups. I have made more than 6 figures, and it tripled my income in my coaching business that I did not really have. Remember my story. So you can buy into a franchise that will be a great companion to what you're already doing. Or if you're starting from scratch, building a business, why not explore a franchise? Now, some people say franchising is too rigid. Okay, if you're buying a McDonald's franchise, you cannot sell Kool-Aid. in their brand. You just cannot. You can't, just because your grandmama gave you a great Kool-Aid recipe, you cannot sell that in McDonald's, okay? So that brand is rigid. But I want to tell you, there's something called emerging franchise brands. When I bought into Network in Action, it was an emerging brand. My franchisor says, I'm giving you the meal, season it with your own salt. So I put Slap Your Mama on my Network in Action brand all the time. He wants us to. He wants us to make it our own. He says all the time, you all are business owners. Here's what I suggest, make your own decision. There are plenty of brands, emerging brands especially, that will allow you to season it. They actually are small business owners too, which is why he had the autonomy to say, here's your deposit and we can do a payment plan. And then you can make a bigger contribution to that brand. I had this exact conversation with a young lady in my network, and I introduced her to a franchise consultant. 6 months later, she closed on a brand, which is a medical transportation brand. We live here in Houston, the medical center of the world. And she bought into a little known brand. She's probably one of less than 10 franchisees. And she said, I bought into the brand because I could contribute my business expertise to the brand. It helped them grow as well. So do not rule out becoming a franchisee because you think it's too rigid. It's not. Trust me, I've been around franchising now 5 years. There's plenty opportunity for you to season it with your own Slap Your Mama or Tony Sessions or whatever your favorite seasoning is. Number 3, successful entrepreneur, you can supply your service to franchising. Franchises hire a lot of vendors. I've started supplying my drastic results coaching to the franchise network because the franchisees often don't want to do their own local marketing. So in 2024, 11 brands hired me to come teach their franchisees how to network. And here's a news flash. They pay more than the small brand that you're trying to get business from, or the individual people you're trying to get business from. So I started supplying my services to franchising. I have a client, my client and I, coaching client, she has branded products, branded promo products. She does branded apparel, vehicle wraps. During our coaching, I said, have you ever thought about niching in franchising? She's like, yeah, no, I don't even know anything about franchising. I don't know how to get to franchising. I said, come on, girl, let's go. Remember the show up formula. I said, I'm going to a conference in Denver. Practice what I've taught you around networking. And today she went in July. Today she has 6 clients and growing 6 brands. Now, if one brand hires you, they've got franchisees. And if you become the preferred vendor, you have grown your business exponentially. So you can supply your services to franchises. Best kept secret out there. And then number 4, okay, you might not be an entrepreneur at this moment. Entrepreneurship may not work in your life at this time, but did you know you could have a career at a franchise headquarters? Yeah, no. So I'm on a mission to help more women and people of color And I say let me rephrase that, we, because multiculturalfranchise.org is now a group of people who've gotten behind my vision to help more people of color and women to enter franchising where it makes sense for them. Number one, franchise your business, become a franchisor. Number two, purchase into a franchise system, one that will likely companion your existing business. Number three, supply your services to franchising. And number four, you don't want to be a franchise, go into the corporate office. Now, as I mentioned, I've been to 10 franchise conferences, and consistently the ratio of people of color to Caucasian people is this much. I'll give you a good example. In June, I went to a conference in Atlanta. There were 400 attendees, 2.5 Black people, 2.5 Black people. Now, most of the attendees were corporate employees, and that's when I knew they need to know you and you need to know them. I need y'all to hear me with this. Franchising is a wealth building engine that we haven't historically been introduced to, and be introduced beyond restaurants. And I even love restaurants. I eat at them all the time. So if you want a restaurant, don't start from scratch. Buy into a model. Why do you think Magic Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Drew Brees, and other big name celebrities put their money into franchises? So I want to encourage you all to think differently. One of the businesses in my network, Innovative Senior Solutions, look them up. Innovative Senior Solutions is a couple of sisters who started an adult daycare because their grandmother needed a place to stay. Not a nursing home, but an adult day facility that gives them health care, but they go home every day. When I met them, we were part of a mastermind organization that had over 400 Black entrepreneurs. When I entered that space, I said, are there any franchise owners here? None. Everybody, 400 people paying $25,000 to a coach to get their startup up and running. And nobody knew about franchising. So in talking to the sisters, they were thinking about franchising, and I poured into them what I knew about franchising. And I thought it was a great way for them to scale their business. I want to tell you, Innovative Senior Solutions has started their franchise this year. They're looking for 5 franchisees. And yes, there's an investment. There's a big investment. But it's worth it because they have the system. And in theirs, you do have to have a location, of course, a daycare. So you do have to have a location, but the location is an investment. It's a multi-million-dollar business model, and the investment, the actual franchise fee is $45,000, but by the time you get a location and build it out, it's about $500,000. But still, that's a multi-million-dollar business with the aging population. So there's funding for your franchise, right? So just like when you buy a house, there's funding. There is SBA funding. You guys are sitting on equity in your real estate investments. What are you doing with that equity? You can take equity out of your real estate and put it into a franchise. You might even meet that franchisor who's small enough to say, I'll fund you. You don't never know. So the Multicultural Franchise Organization is here to educate you, give you resources, make connections for you to help you to understand the power of scaling your business through or creating a business through franchising. The opportunity is golden. Now, I know we're in a political climate that people feel like the opportunities for multicultural communities are diminishing. I disagree. There's enough people out there that want to help and see us win. We just have to show up to get it. So I'm inviting you to go to multiculturalfranchise.org or connect with me directly at meetwithtonyharristaylor.com. Choose franchise consultation on that page. Again, that's meetwithtonyharristaylor.com. Let's just have a conversation of which of the 4 pillars is for you. And how can I help you connect with the people I know in the world of franchising to help take your life and your business to the next level? I want to say thank you again to Dr. Kelly for being drastic and producing the Black Business Olympics consistently. I've been here 2 years. He has been, if nothing else, he's been consistent, which is key to success in business. So thank you again, Dr. Kelly. And thank you for listening to take this nugget of franchising is another way to build wealth. It ain't just real estate, Black people. That's all we get told. Real estate and stock market. There are more ways to build wealth, and I'm here to help you to do it. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow, and let's talk franchise. Thank you.
Wow, quite amazing. Thank you so much, Tony. I've been listening intently to your message, and I am sure that, like myself, a lot of the listening audience, they have a lot more questions to ask you. And one of the things that comes to mind that I believe, especially people of color or who are considered minority, is their accessibility to funding for a project like this, especially if it's someone who might be relying on a 9-to-5 job. Can you give some light on how a person in that category can possibly get their hand on something like this?
Absolutely. Number one, as I mentioned in the talk, you can take equity out of your real estate and invest. What is that equity doing for you? So if you're not planning to sell the real estate in the next few years, take that equity and invest it in a franchise or invest it in scaling your business to become a franchise. You can do SBA lending. So you got to have a 685 credit score or above. And you need 20% down, just like in a house. So, but you can get funding, and they like to fund $500,000. They don't really like funding $50,000. We can get creative to help you find $50,000. If you have a 401k plan, maybe you have old 401ks, IRAs, you can tap into those to be able to fund your business. And there's a strategy where you don't get penalized or taxed. So there are many ways to get creative with funding your business. And of course, we can network our way to people who believe in us, investing in us. Okay, so don't shortchange I don't have the money today. The other thing is get the information today. So when the money comes, I know a gentleman who got an inheritance. His father passed and he bought what's called he became an area developer. So he bought a block of franchises in order to sell them. And then again, multiple streams by helping other franchises to be successful. So inheritance is there. You don't know. Just get the information so when the money comes, you're ready.
Okay, so that now that we're on the line of money, another question. I just like to think of practical things.
I like it.
I'm a single mother and I want to come to you for help. Of course, there is a fee associated with that. Is there any way that what arrangements can be made in terms of payments based on when the loan is given, then you're paid? Can you give us an idea of how that?
Yes, thank you for that's a wonderful question. Number one, the Multicultural Franchise Organization is a 501c3. There will be no charge to learn about these strategies that I mentioned. If we have an event, yes, you will pay to come to the event, because I don't believe in free, because people don't value what's free, that point. But as a franchise consultant, the franchisor pays me to bring them good candidates. So in the conversation about innovative, the adult daycare, if I bring you to them and you purchase, they pay me. You do not. So it's kind of like a real estate agent. Typically, the buyers are not paying the commissions, the seller is. It's the same in the franchise space. So I do want to educate you with the purpose of matching you to a franchise. But really, you don't have to worry about money at this point. It's just about the education, the conversation, and the franchisor pays me.
Wow, I'm glad I asked that, because I think those are the questions. Sometimes people are so afraid to come forward because they go like, well, I don't even have it as yet. So this is so important, the information that you just shared. Wow. Now, before we end, I want you to just give a word of advice to someone who might be listening in and be hesitant. What would you advise them?
So in my brand, my overall brand, the word is drastic. You see it on the cup, you see it over my head. Nothing happens by hesitating. You cannot get the answers you need. You can't meet the people you're meant to meet by shrinking back and thinking about it. Get drastic, get out of your head, and get connected. Show up. Show up. You never know. One little nugget could be said that could change the trajectory of everything. So if you are hesitant, don't be. I'm inviting you to contact me, and it may be drastic and you may not be ready yet. I understand that. But you thinking about it, you're only thinking about it with the information you have. If you've listened to this talk, you learned a lot of nuggets along the way. You didn't have this information. So we can't hesitate based on our own knowledge. So if somebody gives you an opportunity to have a obligation-free conversation, let's talk.
Amazing. Wow. Thank you so much for sharing that. So again, just remind the viewers, how do we get in contact with you?
Yeah, you can go to meet with Tony with an I, HarrisTaylor.com. Or if you go to multiculturalfranchise.org, my contact information is there. And you can find me all over social media, Tony Harris Taylor. Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. Those are the 3 areas I play.
Thank you so much, Tony. This information is invaluable, and I thank you for continuously coming on the Black Business Network and just sharing to the community.
Thank you for having me, and you keep doing the good work as well. Bye.
Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or donate using the Cash App BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. So we want you to be reminded to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to take a moment to thank our sponsors for the Black Business Expo USA December 2024. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, 5-Star BDM Media, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Inc., Genius is Common, The Hello LLC, Earth Essentials, Milan Shunai Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner
I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090